Good evening, everybody. Hello, hello. Hope you're all doing well. What's up, Clappy Coon? Hey, Stoner Gohan, Nat 20 Honey, Alucard, Fish Bones. Happy Wednesday. What's up, Sundere? Finally caught you live again, Nub. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Good to see you again. Glad you could catch another stream. I know it's not easy. I'm not a consistent streamer. Not good with that whole sticking to a schedule thing. Probably make it a lot easier on everybody, myself included. But I don't work that way. Hey, Shadow Noises. Been catching me on YouTube? Yeah, that's why I try and at least have all the VODs and everything on the archive channel, and the episode edits and everything go up on the main channel. Plus, everything should at least be archived for a little while on Twitch. But of course, Twitch has like their archive system sucks. And they made it even worse by severely limiting the amount of VODs and stuff you can have. Hey, Vulpix. Yeah, they made it a lot worse. It was already not very good before. Even when there was no cap on the amount of hours or videos or anything that you could have. Now it's like 100 hours. That's like nothing. Hey, Villatarian. Doing well. Hope you guys are all doing well. Loving the playthrough so far. Thank you. Glad you've been enjoying it. I've been enjoying the game. Despite some criticisms about certain aspects of it, overall it's still a good game. So I've been having a lot of fun delving through it, getting all the endings, getting all the new notes. Tonight we should be getting the last ending. I don't think it'll take more than a stream. I tried to do a little bit of research on this one, because I've heard from some people that the UFO ending, it's very easy to screw up or get locked out of, depending on what point of the game you're at and trying to do stuff, and what you've already done and looked at on your previous playthroughs. There's some weirdness that can happen. So, got some notes to help, so that hopefully I don't miss anything or do anything out of order. Hey, Technokami. Steals all your ramune. Silent Hill and Fatal Frame, so excited to be alive right now. horror fans, we're doing pretty good. I feel like we're doing pretty good at the moment. Silent Hill F. We got Resident Evil Requiem coming up. We got Fatal Frame 2 remake coming up. Silent Hill 1 remake in the works. Silent Hill Townfall on the way. Some other decent stuff recently. Chronos: The New Dawn wound up being better than expected. Because, like, right now I'm still super focused on all the Silent Hill F stuff. But I do want to get back to Chronos. And do some, do another follow-up playthrough on that. Try and get the other ending. At least one other ending. I think there's multiple. I forget how many endings there are in Chronos. Tormented Souls 2 could be a sleeper. Maybe. I wasn't a huge fan of the first Tormented Souls. Like, it was okay. It's one of those ones where the things that it was borrowing influence from, it wore a little bit too blatantly on its sleeves. And the things it chose to borrow from were very baffling to me. It was more interesting at the start, and then towards the end it was like, oh, Silent Hill Origins? We're gonna do like this mirror mechanic thing from Silent Hill Origins? Oh, we're gonna rip off the final boss of Silent Hill Downpour? That's a choice. First Tormented Souls had a lot of heart, but needed a lot more polish, so maybe 2 will get there. Yeah. Very possible. Silent Hill F is the Silent Hill game with the greatest script in years. I mean, that's kind of a low bar. Kind of a low bar for the series, unfortunately. It's got a better script than Silent Hill Ascension. And The Short Message. And 12, 13 years of nothing. Got a better script than Downpour and Homecoming? No, I agree, but saying greatest Silent Hill game or best script in a Silent Hill game in years, the word years in that sentence is it's doing some heavy lifting. Downpour was 13 years ago. And then we had nothing for a very long time. Hey, what's up, Sober Tom? You haven't missed anything yet. We're just getting started. Hey, Meep. Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3 scripts were awesome. I mean, 1, 2, 3, and 4, the writing of those games is still some of the best in the genre. A lot of people got problems with Silent Hill 4. I've got issues with Silent Hill 4, but the writing is definitely not one of it. Like, that's not one of them. That's not one of the problems. Mostly comes down to gameplay. Is there a cam hack mod yet? Oh, yeah. She Says has already done a boundary break video. There's already been some other people who've done some cam hack stuff. Looked behind, like, Junko's mask, and there's already stuff out there. I should say there are Unreal Engine tools that are just available and work with basically any Unreal Engine game that you can use like a cam hack. But the tool is not free. The software is not free. And it can be a little bit cumbersome to use because it typically does a lot more than just camera manipulation. Which is why I try to wait for somebody to make kind of like a more convenient mod, like the cam hack version for Silent Hill 2 Remake. Because it's usually a little bit easier to use, although there was some issues with like the sensitivity settings with the Silent Hill 2 Remake cam hack mod, but otherwise it was like easy enough to control and like snap in and out of using it, and that works well for trying to do a stream where I'm still playing the game and not just looking around with the camera. Being able to snap back and forth between looking at stuff with the camera and then like playing the game normally was really good. So I'm hoping we'll have something up. There might be something up already. I haven't even checked Nexus mods in a few days. Did you have that opinion of 4's story back then, or after reflection through the years? Because I imagine it was a slow burn. I mean, it's not just Silent Hill 4, pretty much all of the Silent Hill games, and you guys are getting to experience this firsthand with me now that there are new Silent Hill games coming out. But I don't fully understand or grasp everything about a Silent Hill game, like, when it comes out. I just don't. It takes a long time of playing and replaying and memorizing information so that I can compare it and contrast it with other information in the game and with all the other games. It takes a lot of time doing research into like guides and interviews and stuff like that, where there's commentary from like developers to kind of put things into context or help explain the intent behind things, or to sort of understand what influences they had, why certain things were like that, or put into the game a certain way. It takes a lot of time and years of discussing the games with other fans and trying to understand other people's perspectives and interpretations. It takes a long time in general. With that said, like, when 4 came out, I really liked 4. I can remember replaying 4 a lot. Back when it released. And I enjoyed the story, even if it did take kind of a long time to really fully understand all of it. But like I said, that's not unique to Silent Hill 4. That's kind of all the games. Will we be jumping into other Silent Hill F playthroughs? Or will there be things like 2 in between? So tonight we should be getting the 5th and final ending of the game. After that, I might take a break from Silent Hill F. We'll see what I'm feeling. Because I still want to start speedrunning Silent Hill 2 Remake. And I still want to do a more proper, in-depth story playthrough of Silent Hill 2 Remake. Those are the last two kind of big things that I need to do with that game. So we might go back to Silent Hill 2 Remake after the UFO ending. And like I was saying earlier, I want to get back to Chronos. I want to do another playthrough of Chronos: The New Dawn. Love the Silent Hill speedruns. Yeah, if I can get Silent Hill 2 Remake learned and down decently, and if I can get Silent Hill F learned and get a route down decently, I want to try to do another big full series speedrun marathon at some point with all the new games included. So I've done that in the past. I think the last one that I did, when it was everything up through PT, was like 16 hours. And that could be much, much faster. There's games, specifically there's a game that really can affect the overall marathon time for speedrunning the series. Everything else I can do fairly consistently. Like, Silent Hill 1 takes me a little bit less than an hour. Silent Hill 2 takes me about 45 minutes, 55 minutes, depending on category and ending and stuff like that. Silent Hill 3 is very fast. Silent Hill 3 is like 30 to 40 minutes. Silent Hill 4 usually takes me about an hour, maybe a little bit more, with bad RNG, which I almost always get for speedruns. Origins is like less than an hour. Homecoming is very fast, like 35 minutes, 35, 40 minutes, depending on if I do New Game or New Game Plus. Shattered Memories is pretty quick. It's usually like an hour and a half, a little less. Downpour is almost always about 2.5 hours to 3 hours. And then you get Book of Memories. Then you get to Book of Memories, where Book of Memories can potentially be very, very kind to you. And you could potentially get all the way through to an ending, which is your first 21 zones. I think the world record is like 4 hours. Last time I checked. I doubt anybody's done crazy groundbreaking runs on Book of Memories. But it can be kind to you and take around 4 hours for 21 zones. I think last time I did it as part of a speedrun marathon, it took me like 9 hours. Just for Book of Memories. PT is super short. I don't even really properly speedrun that one because there's like skips and stuff that I don't know how to do. But even doing a glitchless run through it, PT is very, very short. If I'm not working, we can co-op the speedrun and cut the time down. True. A co-op run would be faster. I imagine this game will be short. Silent Hill F, I think Maxi's got this game down to like an hour and a half, less than an hour and a half. And people are already, it's, you know, it's new, so people are still discovering optimizations and new things pretty much every day. So I imagine fully realized and optimized Silent Hill F is probably going to be around an hour long. Who knows how long I'll be able to run it, like how quickly I'll be able to beat it. Because some games I just don't click with when it comes to speedrunning. Some games I do, and I can do very decently at them and get some really good top times. Other games, I'm just kind of trash at and not very good at them. Like, I can still speedrun them competently, but I'm not anywhere near like a top time. Like Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 1 I'm decent at. I'm pretty consistent with my times getting through that game. But on like an overall leaderboard, I think my best time on Silent Hill 1 is somewhere like 30th. Like... it's not very good. Same for Silent Hill 4. Silent Hill 4, really, really good runners can finish that game closer to like 40 minutes. I typically finish around an hour, 50 minutes to an hour. Tried to remake in a loose sense. So yeah, I'll get around to learning that one. That's something I still want to get back to. Get Silent Hill 2 remake speedruns learned. Get some Silent Hill F speedruns learned. Do a nice big marathon. Still want to do my story playthrough. Proper, in-depth story playthrough for Silent Hill 2 remake. Start putting all my notes and everything together for that, for Silent Hill F. Cam hack playthrough of F. Those are all the main things. Those are the main things I want to try and do. Give me a second. I will be right back. Okay. I always manage to smudge my glasses right when I'm starting a stream. Trying to clean them. Can't see without my glasses. It is crazy how big of a difference it's made, though. Since I had my eye appointment, since I got my glasses. Only been a few weeks, but like... noticeable less eye strain. Especially when I'm streaming, when I'm reading notes, when I'm reading chat for hours and hours. Can make some nice shots in pool too, yeah. The glasses really upped my game in billiards. Since I've got astigmatism, it removes a lot of the glare, the light reflection and stuff that you see on the pool ball. I can actually see and tell what I'm looking at. I can read all the fuzzy textures. Yeah, because I didn't think my eyes were that bad, and now that I've got glasses in, I can just actively put them on and see better, and then take them off and be like, holy shit, how did I not just notice that it was this bad before? Okay. I've de-smudged the glasses. Got my water bottle. I'm ready to hunt some UFOs. Ebisugaoka. Glasses let me see past the fog world. Yep, there's our nice, lovely new title screen with Hinako and Hinako looking out over a ruined and abandoned Ebisugaoka. Been reading journal entries, says Inari is a goddess. I think, are you mixing up the other deities that they talk about? Because there's a goddess of agriculture, but I think Oinari is always referred to as Oinari-sama, like masculine suffix. Appreciate the quiet and silence of this screen. Well, I think the ending itself is even called, like, Ebisugaoka in silence or something. think there will ever be a Silent Hill F iceberg. I mean, ideally, I want to do an iceberg for every game. It just takes me a long time to put them together. If I can eventually get to a point where, like, I'm successful enough that I can hire an editor and iceberg videos can come out faster than like once a year, then I'll catch up pretty quick. Because I can do everything else, put all the information together, record all the gameplay. Most of the time I've already got it recorded from previous playthroughs. It's just taking the time to go through hours and hours and hours of footage and find exactly what I need, and pull up all of the citations and resources for, like, when I quote a developer from an interview or, you know, whatever. Compiling all of that takes a significant amount of effort, but what I lose the most time in is just I'm not very good at video editing. It takes me a long time to do very basic things. So yeah, and then Rachel comes in and makes me rewrite the script because of giant sewer rats. But yeah, I would like to do an iceberg for Silent Hill F at some point. I'd like to do that for, like I said, every game in the series. Still don't understand what the F stands for in the game title. So the developers like Motoi Okamoto and Al Yang have said that there are many, many reasons for the F. It's not just one singular thing that it stands for. But they want to leave it up to players to interpret what is the most important to them, what you think it is. For me, it's fox arm. Fucking furry fox arm. That's what the F stands for. But it could be faces, it could be flowers, it could be friends, it could be family, it could be feminine or female. It could be focus. Yeah, Silent Hill focus bar. It could be faith. The in-game currency, and also a big theme of the game. Saw someone say the F is a Chinese sacrificial blade. Why would it be in the game, in the most Japanese game ever made? It's a Chinese knife. I do see the comparison of it being like, you know, like a sacred dagger type of thing. What was the village name again? Could it stand for that as well? No. The town is named Ebisugaoka. Ebisugaoka. Ebisu is the Japanese god of luck and, like, fishing. And Oka means hill. So Ebisu ga Oka is hill of Ebisu. Yeah, there it is. Ebisugaoka in silence. Get it? It's a silent hill of Ebisu. So this is the ending we got last time. This is what we're going for today. So this is the UFO ending, and we're gonna change things up a little bit. So originally, my game plan was to play on Lost in the Fog combat difficulty for the last ending, for this ending. I did a little bit of research into this one because I've had some people warn me that this is an easy to mess up ending, and it can be a little bit deceiving depending on requirements, depending on what you've already done on previous playthroughs. For example, it's the very first thing, listen to all UFO radio broadcasts. So apparently I've already done that on my previous playthroughs. We listened to those radios. So I need to listen to the first one to set up for the ending. But I don't need to listen to the others because we've already done it. We need to find all 3 Great Space Invasion movie posters in order. So I'm going to need to... I've got notes to make sure that I don't get to a point in the game where I'm going to miss my opportunity to go for one of those posters. So I'm going to just kind of be following my notes to make sure I don't fuck this up. And then find the Great Space Invasion movie review after fulfilling the conditions above, which apparently is all doable very early in the game. So rather than do the Lost in the Fog difficulty for a playthrough that is not really going to be focused around the combat, I'm just going to play on story difficulty for this so that we can kind of get through it quickly and see the UFO ending. Wouldn't it be thematic still to listen to all the radio broadcasts? They don't work that way. It's not like you can just walk up to a radio and press interact and listen to it. The radio broadcast will only play during like specific playthroughs. So if I'm going through this playthrough, we're not even going to hear the other radios go off because I've already heard them in previous playthroughs. We've already been seeing that happen in my last 3 playthroughs of New Game Plus, where each time you play through, there are different radios around the town that are active and other ones that are not. So because we've already heard them, they're not going to just play for us. I think that's how it works. This game's very weird with that. That's going to make future playthroughs and like story playthroughs kind of weird. I'm going to have to try to set up very specific things to make sure that I'm getting information that I need. Would I have to delete the saves? I don't think I have to delete the saves, but I might have to do like a new game file ahead of time that is set up where I only collect certain things. It's going to be weird. I'm going to have to figure that out later. But anyway, so we're going to be going for the UFO ending. We're going to be just kind of going through the game quickly, trying to make sure that I don't miss anything, watch the UFO ending, and then some point in the future, I'll do Lost in the Fog all bosses, because I do want to try fighting the other bosses on the hardest difficulty and just play the game on the hardest difficulty in general at some point, because I've heard nothing but bad things from most people about how frustrating Lost in the Fog difficulty is, especially the bosses on like ending 3 and ending 4. So we'll save that for another day. And today we're just going to chill and go through the game and look for some UFOs and hopefully not look at things out of order and mess anything up. We gotta go pink rabbit costume for UFO run. New journal entry from last stream, or we'll see. It was the same bosses, so I don't know if we'll get anything different or new.
知ってる？女の人はお嫁さんになるのが仕事なんだって。
仕事じゃないよ。ひな子はお嫁さんになりたくないの？
でもお父さんに言われるとなりたくなくなる。
宿題と同じだね。
やれって言われるとやる気なくす。
お待たせ。
お姉ちゃん。
何かいいことでもあった？
昔を思い出してた。お姉ちゃんって小さい頃からずっとお姉ちゃんだったんだなって。
ひな子、私ね。
これお姉ちゃんにあげる。
綺麗だわ。ありがとう。
Hey, what's up, Fishbones? Bunny Ears comes back for the final hurrah. Oh, this is not anywhere close to the final hurrah. Last playthrough for an ending. But story playthroughs, cam hack playthroughs, speedruns, challenge runs. I'm not done with this game after this. I love that distorted flute sound at the start of this track.
これ以上の幸せがあるか？あるわけがない。どこ行く？話はまだ終わってないぞ、ひな子。
それにしてもあのひな子がね。
あいつは本当に高校娘だ。何しろおかげで借金は全て返せる。二度と金に困らずに済むぞ。
お父さんやめてくださいよ。ひな子
See,
聞こえますよ。
we were having this conversation about the dad last stream about oh, he's not actually pressuring Hinako. He said that she could cancel the wedding and he wouldn't judge her. Think about that after having just seen that dialogue, where the dad is like, she's gonna do as she's told. She's gonna help me pay off this debt. Like, do you think he's really genuinely apologizing for Hinako's sake? Or honestly giving her a fair choice in the matter? But this is also kind of the issue with the game. Is the dialogue that we heard even real? Or is that just how Hinako is perceiving him? Last playthrough downplayed the drinking a bit too. Yeah. It's like, oh, he got stabbed in the back by his friend who took all his money and left him in debt and ruined his restaurant business, so he drinks to deal with that and cope. Like, yeah, he's still kind of, I think, an insufferable, abusive prick. You can give a reason for it without justifying it. Like, I understand why you're like this, but it is not an excuse for you to be like this. We would need a dev playthrough to really get a lot of those answers. I'll get on the phone with Ryukishi and Al Yang. I'll call him up. Be like, Moshi Moshi. Nabuzambi desu. And see if they want to join me for a developer playthrough of the game so that we can just ask them all the questions. What are you laughing at? See if I can pull some strings with my Tekken people. I mean, Kensuke Inage, who did the Dark Shrine music for this game, composed a bunch of stuff for Tekken. Yeah, kids laughing at my bunny ears. That's new? I mean, it's new for New Game Plus, but it's something that we've already done before. That's part of the Sacred Sword quest line ending path. Because, yeah, on New Game, I don't think you go into that house at all. I think it's closed up. And then New Game Plus, it's open, and there's a little mini game for finding treasure. Oh, also I want to try something. Oh well, never mind. It's possible to skip this cutscene by like walking around the trigger for it in a very particular way, but I don't know how to do it. Let's see what dialogue we get from the gossiping grannies over here. Wasn't that girl dating the boy from EY family? That's Shu. Guess money was more important in the end. Yeah, so the rumors around town about Hinako getting married to Kotoyuki. The fact that it's just for money, that the dad is just paying off debt. And even the fact that Hinako and Shu, like most people, kind of assumed they were together. All of that hinted at from that little bit of dialogue. Yes, this could all be in her mind. This entire game never gives you anything that establishes reality. We could just screenshot what you said. This could all be in her mind, and just put the text on screen for an entire playthrough. Because it just goes without saying at this point. If we are discussing the lore of Silent Hill F, it goes without saying. It could all be in her mind, none of it might be real.
どこ行ったんだろう。
Why would the neighbors be talking about her? Because now we do find notes. We do find notes and things that talk about, like, Ebisugaoka is not a big place. People gossip. People spread rumors.
破られてる。
This is the 60s. They don't have Netflix. They don't have anything better to do. They're chit-chatting about what everybody else is doing. That's how you get your entertainment back then. Other people's business.
Should
Should we be liking Kotoyuki after last ending? I mean, if you want. If you interpret that ending as being some semblance of reality, where Kotoyuki was just a puppet of a fox god
should.
and not acting on his own accord, then sure.
Hmm. なんか言ってよ。
お前こそなんか言うことはないのかよ。
相棒にないんだったら私にだってない。
お前らしいや。受け身な生き方なんてお前ら
This
しくない
game
ぜ。
melts my brain sometimes.
お前が自分で選んだ道なら
It's one of those kinds of
俺はい
games.
つまでも応援するからな。
It's one of those ones where there's a lot to talk about, but every single conversation has to include the phrase, it might not be
ひ
real.
なこもいたんだ。
リンコ。
何の話をしてたの？
いや、大した話は。
誰かとおしゃべりしたい気持ちだったんだって。
気が紛れたよ。
それはよかった。お役に立てて光栄の極み。
Bum bum. Hey, what's up, Maxie?
借りてた雑誌持ってくればよかった。
ああ。
Kotoyuki seems like he was fine as a kid, but maybe his family affected him the same way Hinako's did, or any one of these characters did, grew up with expectations that messed them up. That's an interesting and more realistic and grounded way to approach the interpretation of him being puppeted by a fox god.
ねえひなこ、じゃあ私が借りてる500円も返さなくていいよね。
サクコ利子つけて返すとか言ってなかった？
言ってないよ。証文あんなら出してみろ。
いいこと聞いた。これからはサクコに貸すとき消しゴムであっても証文書かせるから。
そんな意地悪言わないでよ。
Is the game's story more open-ended than Silent Hill 2? I wouldn't say it's more open-ended. It's less conclusive.
ひなこ。
あ、ごめん。何？
裏切りも。
い。これ週にもらっててよかった。
Die.
相棒の。
I guess capsules don't matter. There was nothing for the UFO ending about not taking the capsules. I'm still gonna get rid of them.
言う通りだな。
Oh, I thought there was a crispy snack. There's usually a crispy snack back there.
Koko, どこ? 急いで咲子のとこに戻らないと。
There's a capsule there. Yeah, that's always a capsule. Kind of like the not grounded version. Fox God was sick, but I don't think that actually happened, like most things in this. Totally agree. The dialogue with Kotoyuki, where he's like apologizing for the Fox God and being like he's drunk, he sometimes gets like this. That sounded more like, you know, you're apologizing for your belligerent grandpa at the wedding, you know? I like how the ears clip into the pipe.
Shu? Rinko?
Shu-kun. Rinko-chan. So many red capsules. I'm getting to a point where I'm memorizing the item pickups at least. Okay, so I should just have to listen to this. The Mogagwa Bridge radio. Magogawa? Bagagwa?
孫川鉄橋は国籍不明円盤の攻撃により崩落しています。恵比寿ヶ丘地区から東へは脱出できません。繰り返します。
So we got Bagagwa Bridge. Yeah, don't summon Bagagwa. But because we've already heard the other radio broadcasts in previous playthroughs, I don't think they will happen or play later. I mean, I'm kind of going off of what I've been told. I thought we got this one already in New Game Plus Run 1. The thing is, you always have to listen to that first one when you're going for the UFO ending. It's the follow-up radio messages that are like weird. But you have to like listen to that one to flag the start of the UFO quest, basically.
どなたか
Yokan? Nothing. Capsules. You're in my way. So now, in terms of the rest of the UFO requirements,
ここはまずい
I don't think I can access all the posters
無事だといいけど
because you need to look at them in order. And if you look at them in the wrong order, it basically fucks up the quest. So you don't get the ending. And I don't think I have access to all three of them until leaving Rinko's house. I think once we leave Rinko's house, after the Scarecrow stuff, after the Dark Shrine segment, I think that's when we go look for the posters. Fastest ending looks like. I mean, that's kind of par for the course for Silent Hill. Usually the UFO ending is one of the faster, shorter endings for most of the games that have a UFO ending. Like Silent Hill 1's UFO ending, you don't have to play the last part of the game. The game ends at the lighthouse. Silent Hill 2, you don't have to play the last very part. Even 2, the game ends when you get to room 312 and use the blue gem for the last time. So you don't have to do the last run out of the... you don't have to do the last part through the other world or the normal world hotel. You don't have to do the double pyramid head fight. You don't have to do the boss fight with Mary or Maria. Like, the game ends before all that. 3, it ends as soon as you get to Heather's apartment. 4 doesn't have a UFO ending. Origins, it ends in the motel You don't have to do the last section of the game. Homecomings is actually the longest. Homecoming, you still have to play through the whole game. Shattered Memories. Shattered Memories, you also. So Homecoming and Shattered Memories, you gotta play through the whole thing. And then Downpour doesn't have a UFO ending. Love the way the ears move, like they have a bounce. Yeah, I love the wiggly ears. The, like, character model physics in this game are actually pretty good. The cloth physics, the way her skirt moves, the way her hair moves, the bunny ears, all that kind of stuff. I feel like we should have had an extra scene or two with Sakuko before this moment. Like, I like this scene, but it is definitely played up like the player is supposed to care about Sakuko at this point. And I mean, if it's your first playthrough and you get to this point, you're like, I barely know anything about these characters. This happens so early in the game. You definitely feel more for her after all your New Game Plus playthroughs, and you kind of understand. You kind of understand better. But on a first playthrough, getting to this point, it's very sudden. Is there a main antagonist for this game? Not really. It depends on how literally you want to take that. Because if you're just kind of looking on a surface level, then yes, there is a main antagonist. There is an evil fox god puppeting people's lives to do its bidding for its own benefit. But not really. It's sort of Hinako. You could argue Kotoyuki is the antagonist. The ending 4 shows Kotoyuki to be a victim as well. Yeah. The only consistent antagonist in the game is not like a character or a presence or anything. Her dad caused all of this. It's just Hinako versus the world. Hinako versus the world. Hinako versus society in 1960s Japan. Like, the underlying themes of the game are the main focus rather than being like a good guy versus a bad guy. It's more about Hinako dealing with a traumatic childhood, a complicated friend group, not wanting to become an adult, not wanting to be a woman in the sense that society, what they expect from women, to be wives, to be mothers, to be subservient, to be beautiful, to be proper, you know, like all of these things that she doesn't want to be. Like, her struggle is not just against a person. There is not like a Walter Sullivan or a Dahlia Gillespie who is the driving force behind the bad things happening. All she wants to do is stay home and read Cyborg 009. I know 009's been around for a long time. Was that in Japan in the 60s? It's in that sort of style. He just wants to read Dororo. Astro Boy. He wants to watch Gigantor. On the Terebi. Gigantor. 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 Manga for Cyborg 009 was 1968. So, roughly 7 years after this. What year is this set? The wedding date is April 1961. I forget exactly what day.
Ohayo. 悪い夢にうなされていたかな。
悪い夢。
怪我はないか。怪我をするようなことは私がする。君は体を大事にしなさい。
ありがとう。
それでは行こうか、ひなこ。
You know, I just kind of realized it in this scene, the perspective of Kotoyuki. He looks like he's not looking down towards Hinako. He's kind of looking up above her. He looks like he's looking at her rabbit ears, and I was going to make a joke. And then I realized if in reality she's older and presumably slightly taller, is that like an intentional thing? That we're not seeing Kotoyuki looking down towards the younger Hinako?
足元に注意しなさい。
It might just be the way that scene was sort of framed. But I'm going to be paying attention for that in other scenes where we can clearly see both Kotoyuki and Hinako, like, where the center of their attention is, where they're looking.
ゆっくりで構わないとも。
Look at him zooming. I like how he actually does, like, you see little glimpses of him walking with his lantern, and then he turns into the foxfire, the blue fire. See, like that? He's just like a little flame floating along.
あの人についていこう。
Hinako's doll is the main antagonist of the game? Clearly. Clearly and undeniably. Again, depends on your interpretation of what's actually happening in reality.
こっちだ。
Because the game never shows us. The game never shows us. Although this could be something that maybe eventually the developers will clarify. Silent Hill 2 was the same way. A lot of people, when Silent Hill 2 came out, and even still to this day, people don't know better, where they assume that the other characters like Angela and Eddie and Laura are not real, that they're part of James's psyche or representations of, you know, this particular aspect of James or Mary or whatever. It's only thanks to commentary from developers like Masahiro Ito kind of clarifying the intention behind those characters and being like, Laura and Angela and Eddie are all real. Maria is the only one who's like a manifestation, who's not real. So we got that real clear-cut answer of, here's who we intend to be real for the narrative, here's who we intend to not be real for the narrative, so we have a basis from which to grow from. You can discuss things around that point, you know?
ここは何の神社?
This game is still very much like every single frame that you see of all of the game, of all of the endings, which also includes any of the notes, any of the radio, audio, like dialogue, everything could be something that is not real, that is being distorted or exaggerated or entirely made up by Hinako. Was getting Mad Angela vibes from the first playthrough of this. Yeah, I mentioned it in a previous stream, but I was actually kind of worried when the first pre-release footage and information was kind of coming out, and we knew about her abusive father, like being drunk and yelling at her and her running away. And I was very worried that they were just going to do Angela but Japanese. I was very worried it was just going to be a one-for-one copy of Angela's story, just with Hinako instead. And I'm really glad that wound up not being the case. Was worried she was going to be Japanese Alessa. I mean, there's definitely some parallels between Hinako and Angela and Hinako and Alessa, but she's different enough. She's distinct enough as a character and just her story. Crane, serpent, tortoise. Crane. I must have looked right past it. Or do they change? Are they... Because there's the serpent. Oh, okay. So they're not always in the same thing. Sushi. Emma? Was there an Emma here? Or did I even come here? I might not have come over here last time. Okay, well there's an Emma that I needed. I finally get to use some faith for something. Oh, no, I don't remember coming over to the weird gnarled tree. There's actually something else here. Oh, there's a fox box. A perspective on hierogamy. Tales of mortals being wed to gods and spirits can be found throughout every culture across human history. Certainly from the perspective of humans, to tie oneself to a divine being is an undeniable honor. Didn't I get this note before, though? However, if one were to consider the opposite perspective, the divine being is binding themselves to a vulgar life form. What could possibly motivate them to make such a degrading choice? Countless seasons have passed since I first came to this sacred land of beauty and wonder, and yet even now, if I consider whether I myself am worthy of such an honor, I cannot answer in the affirmative with any confidence. So I must ask myself, what benefit is there to such beings mixing their divine blood with that of lowly mortals? To be clear, I am overjoyed to be of some use to them. However, I cannot help but wonder. Overjoyed to be of some use to them. It's interesting finding these notes. And an omamori! The shrew mole. Dodging does not consume stamina while in a near-death state. Yeah, I definitely didn't come over here previously. Also, this tree is full of eyeballs. And it's making crying sounds. They're all squishing around in there. There's like little crying noises coming from around it. Cool area. I'm surprised I missed this. Oh, and then enemies. And then a bunch of enemies spawn in. Okay. Do I get any something happen here after enemies spawn? Anything changed? Okay, I guess not. Interesting. Is that little area even open on New Game? I don't think it was. How much you want to bet there's an opportunity for another Dead by Daylight Silent Hill F themed DLC? I mean, Dead by Daylight will... They just do whatever. Like, they can kind of get any crossover they really want at this point. And Konami will usually do whatever takes the least amount of effort and makes them money, and just giving another studio like Dead by Daylight permission to use characters where they don't really have to do anything. They just sign off on it and collect their paycheck. Time for more sanity. My prayers were heard. Cannot increase any further. Okay, I have an answer. There are 2 Emmas left in the game that I need to find. Do they make Kotoyuki the killer? I mean, if they were to do a killer chapter, I don't... The thing is, Dead by Daylight doesn't always release chapters like that. They do a lot of chapters that are just survivor only. And they also do a lot of inclusion that is just skins. Like, if I was to guess, if Dead by Daylight were to do anything, it would just be skins. So that you could make Cheryl have a skin to become Hinako. Yeah, you'd have like Hinako, maybe a shoe skin. Hurdle.
あと一つ。 向こう側から鍵がかかってるみたい。
You know, I got so used to going the opposite direction, going that way first and then looping back down. Because I pretty much did that on all my previous playthroughs. That I don't know why I had it in my head I could just go through that door from either direction. Like, no. It's locked from that side.
でもお供え物だったよね。
Birdie.
よし、錠前を試そう。
Yeah, I'm just a birdie too. Give me that divine water. Well, that's cool. Found an Omamori, found an Emma. Cleaning up some of the stuff that I missed. Oh yeah, journal. We do have a new Kotoyuki journal entry. I forgot to check the journal after the last playthrough. See what's new. We have new Kotoyuki. I cannot begin to fathom everything he has endured just to ask for my hand. Forced to turn away from all the simple pleasures every child should enjoy, and all for my sake. I can tell that his love for me is real. The desire to reciprocate his feelings dominates half of me. Even now, the two me's continue their petty war, each attempting to kill the other for control over my body. I cannot guarantee that I will become what you want me to be. Would you still be willing to wait for me, Kotoyuki? Interesting. I can tell that his love for me is real. Can you? Can you, though? And it's not like you feel love for him, just a desire to reciprocate his feelings. Still a very confused Hinako. Formidable foes. Did we get a new entry? Something different. Ah. So that's a separate entity from this fox monster. Not just a reskin. A large fox monster possessing 9 tails. Okay, so this is the 7-tail Kitsune. Kyubi. This is a full-on Kyubi. 9-tailed fox demon. Known all over East Asia, including China and Japan. Said to cause chaos by shape-shifting into human form. However, in Japan, it is worshipped as the god Inari's messenger. So neither of them is actually Inari. They're part of the family line. They're part of the lineage. But they're the messengers. Oh, right. I was looking at this. Horizontal, vertical, snake with an arrow down. Thank God for the journal. I love the journal in this game. This game might actually have my favorite
人は
journal notebook note system. A key fashioned from a mysterious stone.
受け取ってもらえて嬉しい。淡雪の紅玉より削り出して作った君のための鍵だ。
私のために。
その鍵を稲荷像に。
Hope someday they sell merch of the full journal with all drawings and entries.
先ほどの扉は客人を招くためのものだ。
Maybe I should do that with my
だ
journal.
が、こちらの扉は聖域へ入るこ
Because
とを
I
許
have a
された
replica
者
of
に
the
しか
in-game
開かない。
journal that Konami sent me as part of
私は
a
入っていいの？
gift box.
もちろんだとも。君を招くための今日
And
がある。
I was using it to write down all my
ま
notes
だ
for this
少し歩
game.
かねばならないが、しばし休もうか。
But maybe
大丈夫です。
I should pull those pages
疲れ
out
たらすぐに言いなさい。
and use the remaining pages
行こうか。
to try to like recreate the in-game journal as best as I can. All the entries, all the artwork. Be a fun art project. Hey, there's the dummy. Shoutouts to everybody who's seen the Boundary Break episode. The She Says Boundary Break on Silent Hill F. When you see the shadow move across the floor there, they have a, like, dummy model. It's not the actual doll. It's like a little placeholder that they move across the light source to make that shadow effect. Yeah, the gingerbread man. I love this scene. I love the fact that her rabbit ears are sitting on the ground. And then when she sits up, she has them back on.
サクコは無事だよな。一体どうなってんだ。街から誰もいなくなってる。これは悪い夢なのか。
どこに行っても化け物しかいない。悪夢以外の何者でもないな。
だとしても幸運だったよ。この世界に残ったのが2人だとして、そのもう一人がお前で嬉しいよ、相棒。
Shu and Hinako are a cute couple. Shame it's one-sided in that he's her drug dealer. I mean,
俺はあいつに話があるって言われただけで別にその。
リンコは無事なのか？一緒に逃げたんじゃないのか？
I don't know if that's necessarily the case outside of the new game ending, right?
悪い。俺も混乱してたみたいだ。
He still tries to do it,
バラバラに逃げた。
regardless of what ending path or anything you're on.
状況でリンコは
But
どこへ
again, we have to throw the subtitle in.
自分の家。
We have to put the text under every single discussion. We don't know how much is real. We never get any context for reality at all. Anytime we assume something happens, it is exactly that. It is an assumption. Like Shu's family
早く来ないと置いてくぜ。
are the town's physicians. He may have given Hinako medicine, and this is just how she interpreted it.
よし、しっかりしないと。とにかくリンコを見つけなきゃ。作子。
Exactly. Everything could be in her mind. Things could be exaggerated or completely fabricated. We don't have context. We don't have context for what is real or not in this game. And if anybody wants to argue like, oh, Silent Hill is never clear about what's real and what's not, it absolutely fucking was back in the original games. There are lots of clues, there are lots of elements in the dialogue where you're supposed to be able to decipher what elements are actually happening and what's not. This game is full on Shattered Memories, where absolutely everything could just be happening in Hinako's mind. I think it said somewhere the red capsules were made from kudzu, which wouldn't come close. The capsules were not made from kudzu. People are... I love how people are already misinterpreting information and spreading it around. Just because there's other plants in the game, it's easy to get confused. This is the plant. Akokuso, not kudzu. Akokuso. Which is White Claudia. Was brought here to Ebisugaoka by a missionary from America, from the West. Shu was experimenting with it to understand the effects of it. He felt it allowed him to have a conversation with his inner self. And he thought, maybe this will benefit Hinako. Potterybreak.wav. That stock sound. Okay, so I am not at UFO poster collecting time just yet. But yeah, it's not the kudzu. It's not the kudzu that's being used to give those effects in the medication. Like, kudzu's actually a real thing. It's an invasive plant in a lot of places in America. It is around where I live. Like, there's fields of it. Rachel and I went out walking this afternoon. And the route that we take when we go out for our walks goes right past a whole bunch of kudzu vine. Kudzu plants. I think people just want to reach for the Higambana stuff. I don't think it's people trying to reach. I think people are misunderstanding and mixing up elements of the story. Because there's a lot of different plants that are talked about. Between the Higambana, the Kudzu, the White Claudia, which has the Hakokuso Japanese name. The Agura no Hote Sama, which is a Glophatus. It's a lot of terms and terminology and definitions that I think people wind up mixing them up with each other. Same way as people mix up the gods, because there's like 4 different gods that are mentioned. There's like the water dragon, there's the fox demon, or Oinari-sama. There's the goddess of agriculture. There's the god of like the used tools. Kudzu's in the tea, very different effect. Yeah, like there's kudzu as a consumable in the game, but notice how you're allowed to drink kudzu tea and it doesn't like change your ending. Like you were tripping on kudzu tea the whole time, bro. It's only the pills, it's only the white capsules that give you that effect, because those are the only thing that contain White Claudia. Those are the only things that contain Hakokuso. Yeah, see, there's kudzu tea right there. Let's even see real quick what the definition of it is. Slightly thick drink made by dissolving kudzu powder in water. In this region, ginger and freshly pressed juice are added to enrich the flavor. Freeze it before drinking. So yeah. That's completely different from the Hakokuso, the exotic herbology, where Kakura Makakura, the drug that is derived from the seeds of Hakokuso. So Hakokuso is the flower. That's the Japanese name for White Claudia. Kakura Makakura is essentially the Japanese name for PTV from Silent Hill 1. But this is the herb that can give one the ability to converse with gods, visit their lands, awaken dormant powers. And it smells like peaches. I love the scarecrow. Disappearing and reappearing. No one will find me in the bushes. Okay. We're still heading to Rinko's house. I think I need to wait until we're coming back from Rinko's house, and then I can start picking up UFO posters.
Shu, いるか？
なんだ相棒。
今のこの状況、いつまでも宇宙船総合行していたい。私かお前の夢の中ってことはないよな。
だったら互いの頬をつねり合ってみるか。
いや、自分の方法くらい自分でつねれる。
I like little moments like this. There's different ways to kind of interpret this too.
夢じゃないみたいだな。
Like she's so vehemently against Shu touching her. And is this like an awkwardness out of embarrassment? Sort of understanding the feelings between them? And how much has changed now that the arranged marriage is, you know, becoming a thing? Or is it Hinako just that strong against staying in her delusion? Like she doesn't want to be pinched to be brought back to reality? Like it's easier for her to cope in her delusion than in reality? She doesn't want to be broken out of this, you know? Yeah, she doesn't pinch herself. Shu does. But Hinako does not. I don't know. Found it. There's a note from Shu where he talks about switching her to traditional Chinese medicine using kudzu root and peony. Yeah. Peony. White Claudia is the peony. The kudzu is not the problem in that formula. That's not the one that's causing issues. White Claudia Akokuso is a member of the peony family. Okay, this is one of the posters. It doesn't actually tell us, like, on the poster, not like a number. So I'm gonna wait. I'll check my notes after we, come back from Rinko's house. Because I don't want to mess it up. I don't want to look at them in the wrong order. Because that, like, messes up the whole ending quest process. Okay. Let me take a look at my UFO notes and make sure I'm not doing something silly here. Listen to the radio. We got the radio broadcast about Bagagwa Bridge. You have to examine all the posters in numerical order. From Rinko's house. Small abandoned house. Barricade away. Okay, so that is the first poster, but we want to wait until after coming back from Rinko's house to start looking at all these.
ひなこか。この気持ち悪いのには触るなよ。毒があるかもしれない。右の庭から回ってこっちに来い。
わかった。
What's up, lots of chaos? After the discussion we have after last night's ending went down the rabbit hole of understanding the different fates, the two gods portrayed in the game, Tsukumogami and the fox, and how they don't like each other and fight for worship, which is why Hinako gets mixed messages from them. Again, just theory on most of it, but made me appreciate the game so much more. If the gods are real. That's the phrase. That is unfortunately going to be the phrase that accompanies every single discussion around this game. If we assume that what we're being presented with is real, or if those are just supposed to be metaphorical. Also, Tsukumogami, which is the god that they give the, like, used tools to, which is why it has, like, all the arms holding all the different weapons. Tsukumogami and Inari-sama. So we don't know for sure about Tsukumogami, but we do have this line in the journal after the last ending. The large fox monster possessing 9 tails, a Kyubi. Look at that last line. In Japan, it's worshipped as the god Inari's messenger. This is not Inari-sama himself. And it doesn't say for sure about the seven-tail fox. And then this one representing Tsukumogami, pieced together with heaps of junk entwined with old tree branches, sense of divinity often found in old objects. So it's like representing the 1,000-year-old tree, the god that they would give their old tools and weapons laid to rest. But there's a whole nother angle to that with that journal entry now. That the gods we see may not actually be those gods. Messengers of the gods. But not literally them. Dude, kitchen knife is so good.
Yosh.
ひなこ、蔵の窓だ。急げ。大丈夫か。
なんとかな。
よかった。純子さんに頼まれたんだ。何があってもお前を守れってな。
お姉ちゃんが？
ずいぶん前の話さ。さあ、行こうぜ。
See, and going back into the not knowing what's real or what's not, that would also explain why we have such sort of drastically different, seemingly different versions of Junko. This one that apparently was telling Shu to, like, look out for Hinako, as opposed to the one who was like, you just have to do what you're supposed to, like wanting old Hinako, adult Hinako to, like, kill off her childhood self, her young version, the version of her stuck in the past, the version of her clinging to her identity and ideals. Forces that influence the area could be similar in nature, or there's no forces in the area whatsoever, and Hinako is just delusional from coping with a very traumatic moment in her life. Like, that's the thing. With the original Silent Hill games, it was established that in reality there was actually a tangible, measurable spiritual power in the area. Whether or not there were gods is up for debate. That could just be that power reflecting what the cult believes in, you know, what people who live there believe in, because it was different for the Native Americans that lived there before the town was settled. So that's one of the big differences between, like, original Silent Hill games and this one in terms of, like, the lore presentation. It's established with the old games that there is an actual spiritual power that is affecting the area and causing people to experience and see things from their mind that they believe are then brought into reality. So if you believe in gods, those gods exist. If you believe in hell, hell exists. It's not that those things actually exist natively, it's that the power is able to manifest them from your subconscious mind. This game, every single little aspect of it could possibly be just Hinako's delusion. Hope they never answer too much, but we could use a nudge in what's reality. That's the thing. I don't want people to confuse what I'm saying as like they need to absolutely definitively lay out everything. Here's what's real, here's what's not. You know, I'm not asking for that. We just needed little glimpses, little clues. Just something to hook onto, to have some context. We needed just a moment of perspective from somebody other than Hinako. We needed the little cutscene or journal entry or something from Kotoyuki's perspective or Shu's perspective, where they're adults, they're at a wedding, like, we needed some kind of moment to tie little aspects into reality so that we at least have something to sort of work off of. Because as it is right now, everything is very much just I don't know. We can discuss it. There's a lot of interesting stuff there, but you just have to... All of it comes with the tagline of, if this is actually real. Which, I don't know, kind of cheapens the discussion a little bit. What's up, Periscope Pete? How many endings have you gotten? Miss some streams. We've gotten the first 4 endings. This is the last ending. We're going for the UFO ending. Basket. You empty basket. This was this one. Helpless without me. Nothing. Your friend, I always mess this one up. Is it you? Are you the miserably alone one? No, it's the one with the bird. You. Who are you? Tell me truly. Always been watching you. This one I mess up too. You? GAT control. You can't prove I'm real. I'm not sure it matters. You basically just summed up. I recently replayed one of my favorite games, Final Fantasy IX, a few months ago. You basically just summed up Vivi's entire plot in that game. How do you know if you exist? Maybe you don't exist. What actually counts as existence? Enough to where you'd be so confident that you know you do or don't. Hey, what's up, Grove? Thank you for the raid. Lost in the fog. Yeah, we're getting sent back. Came out the year you were born, so it's extra special to you? How dare you make me feel old on this Wednesday? Oh. And reset again. I'm going the direction you're pointing. Stop cheating. Neither of you are pointing. It's a good thing I've decided to live forever, or that would bother me as well. I mean, going back to Final Fantasy IX, that's basically Kuja's entire plot point. Who are you? Yes, you. The one that looks like Hinako. This one.
いるなら返事してくれ。
Well, I guess she's not here. Damn.
来てくれたんだ。あ、ひなこも無事でよかった。
怪我はないか。家族は。
私は大丈夫。でも誰もいないの。足の悪いおばあちゃんまでいないなんて、こんなの絶対に変。誰もいないし、気味の悪い怪物がうるつき回ってるし、何が何だか
Hey,
わ
what's
から
up,
ないよ。
Pedro? Can finally follow the live streams after finishing the game. Interesting how opinions about it are divided, at least in my bubble. That is not just your bubble. That is the entire Silent Hill fandom overall. People are very divided on this game. There's a lot of people who can enjoy it for what it is. There's a lot of people who do not accept it simply because it's a Silent Hill game, not set in Silent Hill. It doesn't have a lot of really strong connections to the rest of the series, like in terms of characters and things like that.
街を出るって、お父さんやお母さんは、みんなは。
助けを呼ぶためにも、今は行動を急いだ方がいいかもしれない。
The gameplay and tone are very different from other games in the series. So there's a lot of stuff that people are not going to just unanimously agree on. Most people are divided on most Silent Hill games? I wouldn't say that's true. You're always going to have people who are on both sides of the opinion, but with the majority of the games, the overwhelming opinion, like the majority opinion, is usually pretty easily identifiable. The vast majority of fans consider, like, Silent Hill 2 the best. A vast majority of fans don't like Homecoming. There's people who like Homecoming, but it's not divided where people are constantly arguing about Homecoming, trying to defend it, you know? This game is divided similarly to, like, Silent Hill 4. People are gonna love it or hate it. Hey, Christophonics. You're at the very end of Fog Combat Run. It's honestly not that hard. Is it not that hard because you have, like, all of the upgrades and Omomoris and all of the resources? Because that definitely changes how you feel about the combat compared to playing it for, like, a new game playthrough where you don't have shit. Just knocking down all my stuff. Sadly, this run doesn't get to have the best parts. School and house. Yeah. UFO run ends pretty early in the game, so... Not much to be done about that.
早く行かなきゃ。
Breezed through enough that there's encounters you just flop, so I'm not wasting health. My inventory's still full of kudzu and first aid. I mean, that's definitely another aspect. Once you're familiar enough with the game where you know which situations you can just run, and when you kind of need to prepare for forced combat, having the foresight to be able to prepare for, like, here comes a combat section. I want to save up my stuff, so I'm not going to fight these other things. It's going to have a big impact on how you play. Every forced combat mini-boss, I'm rocking full axe and knife. Crowbar and otter to keep them fixed. Knives, honestly, are like... Knives and sledgehammers. Those are my faves. Knives and sledgehammers are so good in this game. And then, yeah, Otter Omamori. Crowbar is a great third, tied with the bat. I like the bat over the crowbar personally, but I haven't used the crowbar a whole lot. The bat I've used a decent amount, and I actually do really like the bat. Okay, that all marked off. I still need the key. Does that leave sickle as the worst one? No, the sickle I like almost as much as the knife. I think in general, knife would be my favorite. Sledgehammer would be my second. Divine Sword might actually be my third. And then sickle. Not really a bad one when you think about all the options. None of the weapons, to me, feel like, oh crap, this is all I have. None of them ever give me that feeling. Did I just, like, forget? How do I always forget to pick up the key in this section? Because it's, like, in this room, right? Yeah, it's, like, right fucking here. How do I manage that? I think I go back there and then just never crawl under. No pole weapons in the real world? Yeah, kind of surprised there's not an equivalent. Something that's like the equivalent to the Naginata for the Fog World. Now. Dad was a fisherman? Yeah, fishing spear would have made sense. But at the same time, this game's got a decent amount of weapon variety. And a lot of builds with the Omamori that make multiple weapons, like, really good, really viable. That's the thing with the combat systems in this game. There's a lot of potential for them to be a lot of fun, and there's certain aspects of them that are a lot of fun. I like the weapon variety, and I like the Omamori system. It's just a shame that a lot of the combat kind of boils down to well, this. But yeah, it's a shame that, you know, you've got these combat mechanics and stuff in play, and there's a lot of situations where it's just kind of like, well, perfectly dodge or you're fucked. Perfectly counter or you're fucked. And sometimes even if you get it, you'll kind of get screwed anyway. Oops, that was the wrong item. Too many enemies at a time gets stun locked. And even that, I wouldn't mind as much if you weren't constantly doing this. Bouncing off of the environment. Like, this right here. If I could change only one thing about this game, I would remove bouncing off of the environment when you're swinging your weapons.
書庫こんなところに。
Just that one change would alleviate a lot of my frustrations with the combat.
サクコなの？どこ？
Could they just program it to skirt along at an arc so you can at least move instead of bonk? They could just program it so that it doesn't have collision the way it works when you get counter hits. That's the thing. The weapon swings not having collision is already in the game. It happens when you get counter hits. Ow. Speaking of counter hits. Sakuko.
サクコ。逃げなきゃ。
And 500 yen's as good as mine. What do I want? What do I want? I'll just grab that. I really need that 500 yen, Sakuko. What's the combat setting? Story. We're just doing story. Story combat, story puzzles. I'm only interested in getting the ending. I don't care about everything else. I don't like the combat enough to be like, ooh, let me challenge myself. Like, eventually I'll do it for the sake of being thorough. All endings, all bosses on Lost in the Fog, but I don't like the combat. So I'm not going to put myself through it when I'm just trying to, like, go for an ending.
Sakuko? どうして？一体何なの？どうして戦わなくちゃいけないの？ここはヒナコが来る場所じゃない。
Oh, that still got me? Too heavy and too light to stop the bell in fog. Even on hard mode. On hard mode, you needed like a light attack and a fully charged heavy attack to stop it.
この先は神聖な領域だ。私も君も汚れは持ち込めない。ここで汚れを落とす。
Time for Hinako to do the one chip challenge. No, this is me when Taco Bell ever brings back their volcano menu. But your first fog boss. It'll happen, Grove. It's just not happening on this playthrough. I figured it would be a waste to do a Lost in the Fog difficulty for going for the ending that ends very early in the game, before we get to any of the more interesting bosses. My time playing Silent Hill F does not end when I get all of the endings. I'm not going to be like, okay, time to never play this ever again. Eventually, I'm going to do everything in the game. All difficulties, all bosses, speed runs, challenge runs, story playthrough, cam hack, everything. Eventually, everything will happen. It's just, I don't know. It's funny to me when people are like, but you're not doing the thing. Not on this playthrough. But I'm going to play this game 100 more times. Imagine if I was like that. If I just played Silent Hill 1 like 5 times. And got all the endings and then never played it again. One thing 6 years. No one can stop me when I have 6 years. Pedro says, one thing I don't understand. Does the game treat Hinako's friendships and her parents as kegare, or is it more Fox Mask's fault for manipulating her? We get to say the phrase again. It depends on what you perceive as real. Absolutely 0% of this game is rooted in reality, so it's hard to have these discussions about what is literally happening in reality and what is just metaphorical. I don't think Fox Mask is necessarily manipulating Hinako at all. I don't think that the game is treating Hinako's friendships as kegare, as like spiritual impurities, necessarily either. This could all just be Hinako trying to cope with becoming an adult and having to cut off ties with her family and friends as part of this arranged marriage. So she could be completely fabricating what Fox Mask is saying, how he's reacting to these scenarios, like the way that the friends are being treated, the reasoning for having motivation for cutting them off. Like, she's trying to justify it in her mind. So she plays them up as being more evil than they actually are, as being more toxic than they actually are. She plays up Fox Mask, she plays up Kotoyuki being more manipulative than he actually might be. We don't know. We have no sense of reality. We have no compass. We are completely lost in terms of what is real or not in this game. So it's entirely however you want to interpret it, until developers say otherwise. Because the game does not present anything to give you any sort of context as to, like, here is something provably, tangibly real that is happening. This character actually exists and did this action or said this thing. We don't get any of that. Like, I enjoy getting to interpret parts of a Silent Hill game. It's one of my favorite parts. But when absolutely everything is left up to speculation, it cheapens it. Because it just, this is every conversation. Anytime anybody asks a lore question, you're gonna get this same exact rant from me. It depends on how you perceive and how you interpret what is real and what is not. Maybe there's actually gods, and there actually is spiritual power, and there actually are evil spirits, kegare, that need to be purified out of Hinako's life. Or maybe it's all metaphorical, and it is just Hinako coping with a phase of her life that she reluctantly has to enter. The F in Silent Hill, F stands for gaslighting. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. See, things like the radio, these are maybe the closest thing we get that feels like the game is hinting at some semblance of reality. Like, this isn't supposed to be a joyous or happy occasion. Leave me alone. Let me think. It's all the people congratulating her and telling her, like, you know, oh, you're getting married. Good for you. It's going to be a good time. Weddings are happy. Joyous occasions. Celebrating the love between these people. But that's not what it is for Hinako. So it's like her kind of freaking out, but is she literally screaming that at somebody? Telling them to leave her alone? Or is that in her mind and just how she feels about it?
Hinako! こっちだ! 大丈夫か、相棒? 化け物につけられてないか?
問題ない。
シュウ君っていつまでひな子のこと相棒って呼ぶの？相棒なんて呼び方、小学生の男子みたい。
相棒は相棒さ。俺は相棒を。
Until now was watching the game as if everything was real, and you have a great insight. None of these characters are students. Let's sort of put this into perspective for everyone. All of these characters are adults. And yet we never ever see them as adults. Not once. Not in a single journal drawing, not in a single cutscene. We never see who, like, what they actually look like. We only see how Hinako remembers them, perceives them as middle school students, you know? Since that was the more, like, important time of her life in forming these relationships with these characters. But they're all graduated. They're all adults. They're all in their 20s. We never see them in reality. We never see them as they actually are. And because we're never seeing anything as it actually is, we're seeing everything from Hinako's distorted perception. Whether it's being distorted because of spiritual powers or gods manipulating her or her own delusions brought about by stress or drugs or psychic powers being awakened, however you want to, whichever explanation you want to give. The game even has notes that say, like, it could be cancer, it could be brain tumors, like, oh, you can still get Sakuko's Kagura dance even after fighting her. I was wondering about that. If this only happens if you come here before the fight, but apparently it happens no matter what. Hopefully the novel clears things up. I don't know if the book adaptation will clear things up. It might. I don't want to count it out before actually, you know, before it exists. Does Ryukishi give many interviews about his games by any chance? I learned about his importance after the game. I mean, there's been several interviews, and Konami has done, like, the transmissions. We've heard Ryukishi talk about this game. On the official Silent Hill YouTube channel, they just released not really a behind the scenes, I guess kind of a behind the scenes thing with Al Yang, the director, talking about sort of aspects of this game. So we've got Motoi Okamoto, the producer, Ryukishi 07, the writer, Al Yang, the director, all having done several interviews and promotional things leading up to the game's release. I'm sure they'll keep doing interviews and answering questions and stuff about the game as time goes on.
Sensei, いますか?
相棒、妙な化け物が増えてる気がしないか？
お前の宇宙戦争だって妙な宇宙人がどんどん増えてっただろうが。
ひなこってしゅうくんと話すときは男の子みたいな喋り方だよね。
昔の癖が今も抜けないからかな。
俺たちは幼い頃からの付き合いだからな。
ふーん。だから男女の関係にはならなかったってわけ。
今はそんな話をしてる時じゃないぞ。行こう。
Okay, so now I gotta start hunting UFO posters. So first one is this one in the rice fields, the little house by the rice field. Okay, Great Space Invasion #1, now in brilliant color. The Great Space Invasion. Experience terror like never before with the invasion of the body-snatching aliens. Oh. They're here. I want to believe. That's great. I love the little black and white old TV aesthetic for the clip. Okay. So the next one is right across a Hokora. When we get back into the town. Southern path. By the rice fields. Okay. It's gonna be like over here, I think. Yeah, I don't have the spot on the map yet, but it should be like right there. Just pills. Sure, I have some backup saves in case I screw something up. Take a replacement bat. Blocked off.
Aibo, こっちだ。
It's Knife Chungus.
まさかあの気持ち悪いので街を飲み込む気なのか。
They call him Big Chungus.
迂回しよう。町を突っ切るのは危険すぎる。
私たちの千鶴やどうしてこんな。
中学校の方へ向かってそこから山道を登ろう。だいぶ遠回りになるが町は避けられる。よし行こう。
Okay, so I'll actually have to backtrack to this spot once I find the posters. Because I think the last thing I need to look at is over there. But we need to get to poster number 2 first. Hey, what's up, Wex? Hope you're doing well. Ow. Nah, it's fine. Nah, it's fine. Come on, Hinako. Okay. We'll have to go past this way, past the truck that gets knocked over, because that opens up the path to get further south. Ow. Bouncing off the environment. Agree with what I was saying earlier. Having no root in reality makes the story a bit less interesting. It's still a cool mystery, though, in spite of that. It's cool, and, like, the thing is, there's still a lot of discussion to be had around it. But we basically have to have various different conversations not knowing what is real or what is not. So we can talk about every playthrough and note and ending and boss and character as though the spiritual power is real, the gods are real, you know, everything is real, except for the stuff that is more obviously not, like Hinako viewing herself and her friends as middle schoolers. Or talking about it as though everything's a delusion and metaphorical for something that Hinako is going through, you know, coping with or dealing with in her own life. Or we could just talk about some UFOs. The Great Space Invasion 2. Inconceivable. Is there a secret invasion of body-snatching aliens? They may already be among your loved ones. Oh, there's more of them. Were they tiny? It looked like it flew in between our perspective in the house, rather than behind the houses. Are they little tiny aliens? Okay. Silent Hill 1 was like 50-50 reality after all. Alessa was the one affecting things and making the monsters. Even 50-50, even if there is only like 5% reality, it at least gives you a basis of context to talk about everything else. And with Silent Hill 1, like, a lot of it is reality. It is reality becoming a nightmare, the way that Harry describes it. The other world is invading reality, slowly overtaking it. Harry's not having his own personal trauma vacation in Silent Hill. He walks in on Michael Kaufman. Michael Kaufman has just killed an air screamer. And then they have a conversation about monsters like that shouldn't exist. Kaufman is seeing the same monster that Harry is seeing. The other characters are sharing their perspective, and we get through the context a sense of what is actually happening in reality from the perspective of these characters. We never get that. We never get that layer of reality for context for this game. Okay. Where is... So we got the second one. Dead End Alley, northeast of the general store. So this little alley where that vertical up and down arrow is right here. That X. So I need to backtrack all the way up there. Something just... I'm sure you'll be fine. I got other things to do. Have fun, Shu and Rinko. Seeing him at the ending being changed. See, that's... So much would have been helped in terms of discussions around the game's lore if we had actually gotten a tiny little glimpse. And I feel like that ending that you're describing, Yami, the ending with Hinako running away with Shu, and they're talking about their outfits, like, you look so weird in a tie, you look so weird in a dress. That would have been the scene to show just like a quick little glimpse of them as adults, like, actually dressed for the wedding. Just to try and get a little bit of sense of, like, okay, this much of it is real. All right, poster number 3. The mothership has dispatched countless miniature UFOs. Oh, they are tiny. They are miniature. These tiny round discs attach themselves to innocent folks' heads and brainwash them to take over their body. Have you noticed any strange objects on the back of your loved one's heads? Your loved one's heads? And then I think this is it right here. Big street to the south. UFO toy directly across from the overgrown general store. Movie review of the Great Space Invasion. Oh, there it is. Oh, I got an achievement for killing him. Apparently I never killed him? I thought I cleared out the area in front of the general store on one of my playthroughs. All right. Movie review of The Great Space Invasion. Although this work features UFOs and humans who are being controlled by aliens, the aliens themselves never make an appearance on screen. Instead, this film illuminates the corrosive power of suspicion. Sometimes trying to distinguish one's fellow man as friend or foe can be the real horror. In one particularly chilling scene, local residents of the town where the UFO was sighted are mistakenly targeted as body-snatching aliens. The accusing humans scream and jeer as they send their own kind to a detention center. What's worse, anyone who dares speak against the group is seen as one of them and is locked up as well. One can only ask oneself, is coerced solidarity among humans really solidarity at all? At the end of the movie, the number of people killed during the alien invasion is shown. Interestingly, far more humans were killed by their fellow man than attacks from UFOs. Perhaps the aliens left Earth at the end not because they lost, but because they believed that humankind was not worth taking over. The Great Space Invasion is a movie that provides somewhat interesting social commentary to its audience, but anyone looking forward to a fun action romp will be sorely disappointed. Rating 6.5 out of 10. That's kind of a mashup of multiple existing sci-fi things. That's cool. Oh, well, this is it. UFO ending. Oh my god, it's 1960s manga style.
奴らの仕業かもしれない。
奴ら？
そう、宇宙人だよ。奴らは地球をずっと狙っている。そして隙あらば人間をさらい入れ替わっているんだ。凛子だって俺だってひな子だって、ひょっとしたら本人のふりをしている宇宙人かもしれない。
私は宇宙人じゃない。
見破る方法はあるのか？
あるよ。
Sakuko and the Bride?
そいつにやられて。この子は私が作った
ロボコ。
宇宙人決戦用人型サーチ&デストロイロボのロボコちゃん。
ロボコちゃん。
この子は人間に化けた宇宙人を見つけて自動で駆除してくれるの。バッテリー切れね。
じゃあそいつに殺されたあのサクコは宇宙人？
私そいつに追いかけ回されたんだけど。
ひな子に宇宙人の匂いがついてたみたい。ひな子が宇宙人かもしれないし、ひな子の身近な友人が宇宙人かもしれない。あいつらは記憶までコピーする。でも完璧じゃないな。ひな子、何か自分しか知らない秘密を話して。
リンコはシュウの髪の毛を集めて自分の枕に入れてたことがある。
Oh, that's fucked up and weird, Wrinkle.
恋のおまじないで夢くらい見たっていいでしょ。
Try out a love spell and dream.
リンコ、ひな子は林間学校の
Forgot her
パンツを脱衣所
underwear.
に忘れて名乗り出られなかったことがある。リンコ、地獄の炎で焼かれろ。
このパンツは誰のだって先生が呼びかけるけどさ、あれ名乗り出られるわけないよな。
昭和ってプライバシーなかったからね。
リンコは体育を休んだ時にシュウの脱いだ服を。
ひな子はシュウと喧嘩した次の日にシュウのリコーダーに。
俺 宙人より女子の方が怖えよ。
それまでお互いの記憶に間違いはないようだね。じゃあ次は私たちだね。シュウは青年誌のグラビアページをスクラップしてて本棚の裏に隠してる。水着ポスターにクラスの女子の顔写真を貼り付けたことがある。
待て待て、分かった。じゃあ今度は俺の番だ。サクコがブラをつけ始めたのは小6の新学期から。ひなことリンコは小5の夏休み明けだ。どうだ。
Why is that something only you would know, Shu?
宇宙人ではなかったけれど
女の敵はあぶり出せたようね。
ひなこや、お家に帰るよ。
Oh, we even get the parents in manga form.
宇宙人は大丈夫？
町内会の人たちがみんなやっつけてくれたぞ。
じゃあねー。
また明日。
今夜はね、ひなこの大好きなハンバーグだよ。
それお姉ちゃんの好物だってば。
Junko's favorite is hamburger. Hamburger. Okay. Well, hell yeah, that's clearly the canon ending. There's Mira! It was Mira. Oh, hell yeah. Holy shit, this is like fucking, oh god. One of the Friday the 13th movies has an intro song that sounds like this. Oh my god, it's spelling out Silent Hill. H-I-L-L. Silent Hill. S-I-L-E-N-T-H-I-L-L. Dude, this song's gonna be stuck in my fucking head. Yeah, Mira just abducting people. Well, there we go. That's clearly the canon ending. Out of everything else that happened in the game, all the other endings, now that we've seen everything, that's clearly what's really going on. Roboco was going around town killing people that had been body snatched by the aliens. And Mira was abducting people. And Shu is a giant pervert. Hey, Kanayama Tourist Association. That's the actual city, the actual town that Ebisugaoka is based on. Yeah, it was never a fox god. It was a Shiba Inu. It was Mira. This is easily the best ending and my favorite. I mean, I kind of love it. I love the manga style. I love that it's specifically 1960s manga style. Like, not just manga, but manga that's appropriate for 1961. Right down to the art style. And even kind of the writing. Weird, pervy Japanese humor. Which, Japanese culture is like that. There's a lot of weird, pervy, sexual stuff in a lot of the humor. Especially in, like, manga and anime and stuff. Especially back then, but even still to this day. Sex isn't really, like, stigmatized the way that it is here, and in a lot of the West. So you tend to have things like that as, like, a more common thing in media, in culture. First Pokemon game makes a joke about gold nuggets being in old man's balls. It's just how their humor is. It's also a wordplay joke. That's also a wordplay joke. Because in Japan, in Japanese, the kanji for testicles is the character for gold and ball. You take the kanji for gold, the kanji for ball, put them together, you have the kanji for testicles. So gold nuggets, gold balls being in old man's balls, it's a wordplay joke. But it is also just like weird, pervy Japanese humor as well. It's fine. I liked it. I like that ending. As far as joke endings go, I enjoyed that. Hey, rise up. The Space Army is coming. I got my achievement. It's just a shame that that actually is so early in the playthrough. I kind of wish you got it a little bit later. But again, that's kind of in line with the majority of the UFO endings in the series. They typically cause the game to like end much sooner than a full-on ending. Hey, Father Ikari. Phone dies and I missed the UFO ending. Apparently your phone died and you missed it. I'm sorry. But that's all the endings. That is every ending of Silent Hill F. So I can officially give my full overall thoughts on the game as a whole. It sucks and I hate it. Good night, everyone. No, I'm kidding. Really great game. Really great game. I think the biggest detriment to it was kind of calling it Silent Hill. Most of the people complaining about it, like the complaints are mostly going to tie back to that it is such a departure from what people expect from this series, which is a good thing. I just want to make that clear. I'm not looking for Konami to just keep remaking, rehashing Silent Hill 2 over and over again, or previous Silent Hill ideas over and over again. They need to do new things. They need to experiment. They need to do different things so that the series can evolve and grow and potentially get better. And you're not going to get that without trying something new. And trying things, new things, is not always going to land. It's not always going to work for everybody. There were a lot of things that this tried that worked for me. This is one of the first Silent Hill games where the setting is outside of the town and it still felt sort of appropriate for me. Like, we've already seen this with Silent Hill: The Short Message, where it's set in Germany, and there was very little done to try to support why that was happening, other than a single note sort of half-assed explaining the Silent Hill phenomenon being likened to COVID. Stupid shit like that. There's Silent Hill Ascension, which took place between Norway and Pennsylvania. And again, never really any explanation for why or how or giving any sort of reason for it. The setting being in Japan, I mean, I'm biased because I'm a weeb. I've been to Japan. I enjoy the culture. I like aspects of the setting, and I feel like it works for it. So obviously I'm going to be biased in enjoying this as a setting over, you know, Germany or Norway with like Short Message or Ascension in those cases. But I feel like they at least built so many things up in such a similar way to the original Silent Hill, having the history of the town be very similar with all these parallels, like the mining history, the religious history, the folklore playing a big part of it. At least for everything in New Game Plus. That is, I think, another one of the biggest detriments to this game, is how limited of a scope of understanding you get from a new game playthrough. I understand they want to encourage people to play the game more, to understand more in more context. But new game felt insulting if you were paying attention and reading the notes and trying to put together the lore just for it to be Drug Trip Wedding Massacre. And the fact that you are locked into that on a first playthrough no matter what, I think that hurt this game more than people realize. because so many people's first impressions of this game are going to be fairly negative. I think if you're already dealing with some sort of frustrating combat and gameplay on a first playthrough, just to get to a point where you think the story is going to all come together, all these notes about gods and religions, and here's the old god, and here's the fox god that came in and took over, and like all this and all that, just for it to be Drug Trip Massacre, feels sort of insulting to the player's intelligence, and like it makes it feel like all the effort and work you put into trying to piece together the story is for nothing when you have that sort of an ending. And that is not a good motivator to play the game again for most people. So I feel like a lot of people, your first impression, if you're already not vibing with the tone of very over-the-top anime style box arm stuff, the Japanese setting in general is going to turn a lot of people away as well, and it's going to hurt a lot of people's understanding of the game, because if you really don't already kind of have a decent understanding of Japanese history and traditions and religion and language, if you don't kind of know aspects of that culture, there's so much of the game that is just going to go right over your head, that doesn't get explained, that doesn't get like accurately translated, because there's a lot of ideas and concepts and names and things that just, there's not really a way to translate them. And the game, for what it's worth, like puts it out there whether you know it or not, like it's there. But yeah, I feel like some things really should have, a few small changes. I think a few small changes would have really, really affected a lot of people's perspective on this game, and it probably wouldn't be as divisive like as it is right now among Silent Hill fans. I think if on a first playthrough you didn't get the fox arm, I think if you went through the process of the ritual in a cutscene where you see it as part of the Dark Shrine, but you don't have like the gameplay associated with it, I think if that would have been saved for the New Game Plus and have New Game open up some of its endings, you're not locked into just the drug trip. If you take the time and find every Inari-sama note that's available to you on a New Game, you should be able to get like ending 2 or ending 3. Drug Trip Wedding Massacre should have been a take X amount of pills, but the game should change when you do that, so you see an actual change because you're taking the meds. That is something else. If we're going to have such a focus around the White Claudia pills, if we're going to do that and focus on that aspect of the game for a moment, the game really could have benefited by giving you an opportunity to see things change as you progress. Like, you should see an effect of taking the meds, and they give you like your vision, your perception of what's around you alters. It should have been treated like insight in Bloodborne. I know people are already going crazy about all the comparisons to Souls-likes, but this game makes me think of Bloodborne a lot. And the way Bloodborne handles insight is like a perfect way that I think the medicine could have been handled in this, where the more of it that you have, the more significant changes in your environment you see. Creatures look different, areas look different. You take a certain amount of medication and it opens up new areas. It allows you to see things that you couldn't previously see. It should have had more to it. to sort of indicate to the player a little bit more of what's going on, rather than just all hitting you at the very end as like, here's the drug trip going on. Sanity, on that note, talking about mechanics that should have altered the game in more significant ways. The sanity meter. I was really hoping when they were talking about all the pre-release footage before we saw gameplay and we just kind of knew the basics of what was going to be in the game. As soon as I knew that they said there was going to be a sanity gauge, I was like, oh, that gives me some ideas. Maybe they'll do some cool Eternal Darkness sanity effects when your sanity is low. Maybe your sanity being low will affect like how you see monsters, how you see things, how you deal with stuff, how Hinako talks. If it would have been like Eileen's possession in Silent Hill 4, where the lower sanity you have will change your dialogue, maybe slightly change some cutscenes because your sanity is too low. I thought it was going to be a much more ingrained mechanic. It's just your special bar. It is just your special meter for witch time, for Bayonetta witch time, and for focus attacks. Like, it is just a combat resource and not utilized in any other functional meaningful way. So I really wanted that to be more combat, even after all these playthroughs, even going through on story mode. Story mode is definitely like the more tolerable version of the combat, but again, if the more tolerable version of combat is just let me get this over with faster so I can be done with it, that indicates that it is a part of the game that I personally just do not enjoy. If you enjoy the combat in this game, more power to you. Again, I've played and beaten every single FromSoft game in all of their Souls-like stuff. Elden Ring's the only one I still need to finish, but everything else, and I've played a lot of other action, type games. So like, I'm familiar with high difficulty. I'm familiar with, more action-based games, and the mechanics of this game just don't feel good. It doesn't feel like a Dark Souls. It doesn't feel like a Bloodborne. For a game that has as much combat and as many scenarios where it forces you into combat, it feels like a lot of the mechanics really just should have been polished better. My mic had high-pitched static for a moment. Great! My microphone's having problems again. Well, anyway, I'll wrap up my thoughts before it starts freaking out more. I don't have the money for a new microphone right now. This one keeps being weird. Since it's the first new game since 2012, I say they did a good job. They just need to take what they learned and improve upon it for the next game. I would absolutely love to see Neobards make another Silent Hill game or make a follow-up. It doesn't even necessarily need to be, a sequel or related to Silent Hill F, but I liked the game enough where I would love to see Neobards make more. I would definitely play something else that they make in this style, in this vein, if they were able to take some of these ideas and concepts and a lot of the fan feedback and sort of change stuff and polish stuff a little bit better. Really cool. I think they could make some really, really cool stuff. And I think, again, this game is pretty damn good for what it is. It's definitely flawed. It's got parts of the game where every time I get to them, I'm just like, ugh, it's this part. Mostly it's everything right at the very end, having to go through all the little arenas where you just have to, you're stuck in an area and you just have to fight enemies until they're all dead. There's just too much of that. Too much of that without anything else interesting going on. I don't mind if you want to like lock players down and have them in a combat scenario, but I feel like there should always be more than that. It shouldn't just be an arena where your only goal is to kill everything. The first fight with Big Chungus, the Ara Abare, is a really good example, I think, of a better way of doing that, where your goal is you're locked in an arena and you could kill him, but your goal is to just finish cranking up the bucket on the well. And if you would have had something like that for the other forced combat sections, where there's some other goal, there's something else going on that lets you get out of the scenario, like you can fight, but there's another way to do it and get out of the arena that you're in, that would have been nice. That would have been more interesting than just, here's an arena, here's a big pregnant thing, fight it, kill all the things. Here's a doll, examine it. Now you're stuck in an arena, fight the things. Now take 10 steps, and here's another doll, and you're stuck in another arena. Here's more enemies, fight them. All right, now do it again. All right, now do it again. You know? Downpour had an arena fight near the end on the elevator, but you didn't need to kill them, just survive until it reached the bottom. Yep. It's faster to kill them, but it's not necessary. There's plenty of other games that have done similar things. Silent Hill 4, the One Truth, you know, you don't have to kill every single wall man for the One Truth. You just have to find the real one. Like, there's more to the you're locked into this scenario than just kill all the things. Same as Silent Hill 2 Remake, first Pyramid Head fight. Yep. You don't have to fight him. You just need to run out the clock as an alternative. The times where you are forced to fight need to be, I think, at least more significant. The times where this game forces you to fight just make it feel like padding. Like, you're getting close to the end of the game, so you just pad it out, have a bunch of fights that you can't skip, you can't run from. So, aspects like that, a little bit frustrating. But gameplay, and even with gameplay, it's not all gameplay. I like the town exploration. I like the puzzles. Having done the puzzles on every difficulty, I really enjoy all the puzzles in this game. I think they're all clever. They definitely feel like some of the more notorious Silent Hill puzzles from the franchise. Because to me, some of the ones that stick with you the most are the ones where the information can be interpreted in multiple different ways. So you have to try different trains of logic to solve everything. And that's the way a lot of these puzzles come across. So puzzles and everything, I think, were really good. Environments and everything, I think, are really good. Music is amazing. I love the soundtrack of this game, and I love the sound design in general for this game. The visuals, I love all the character models. And again, the visuals for the environments, the weapons, the items, the journal. This is probably my favorite journal in the series. I've always appreciated the journals where you get a little bit more to them. It's not just a way to pull up all the notes that you've seen before. Silent Hill 4 had a good example of that, where Henry is just drawing all of the maps. You never pick up a map in Silent Hill 4. Henry's just drawing it as you go along, and it looks hand-drawn. And he draws in his little notes for when you find things. So, stuff like that I've always really liked. And the journal in this game was one of my favorite things. It was exciting to open up the journal and be like, oh, this updated. There's more information based, for this character or for this monster or for this thing based on what I just experienced in the game. the journal has updated, and it'll give you new artwork, and I love all the artwork that's in the journal so much. I like the bosses. I feel like, I mean, my opinion on that will probably change when I do Lost in the Fog combat difficulty playthroughs, which will happen eventually. But I like the bosses just from a design standpoint. I think they look cool. I think the arenas look cool. It feels a little bit too epic and out of place sometimes. It definitely feels very Dark Souls-y, Elden Ring-y at times. But they're fun. They're cool. Especially like ending 3 and ending 4. I liked the giant fox boss fights because, you know, it out of everything to say is like kind of too ridiculous, like me going off about the fox arm, which I do think still ruins a lot of the tone for some of those aspects of the game. And trust me, I've already read all the comments. I understand the symbolism of the monster arm. I get it. But it doesn't change the fact that it is really funny. It is very jarring to see Hinako hold the like bowl of sacred water in her monster arm while she's taking a sip. Hinako holding monster arm holding Kotoyuki's letter at the end of ending 4 gave me legitimately a good laugh. And that, like, those moments, the tone of the big fox monster arm is just so out of line with everything else. Again, I understand it. I get it symbolically. It's Hinako giving up her identity for something that is not her in the most drastic visual way possible. But I think there's ways to convey that without having to change the tone of the game so much. Because to go from a really beautiful, like, well-acted, meaningful cutscene, and then 5 minutes later, you're in the Dark Shrine going bestial form with your 10-foot-long fox monster arm, right after this, like, big self-revelation about how I feel about things and how important it is to have my identity. Anyway, I'm gonna go beast mode now and claw the shit out of these giant pregnant titty monsters. It's weird. It's weird. It's fucking weird. I'm sorry. Again, I get why it's there. I understand metaphorically and symbolically what it's supposed to be. But there's ways to express that without it being that. And I've made comments to some other people in previous YouTube videos who've kind of brought that up for me, where it's like, imagine Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 1 has a lot of religious themes, right? A lot about gods and devils and angels and Harry being Alessa's savior and all of these sorts of things. Imagine when you went into the other world in Silent Hill 1 that Harry sprouted angel wings. And you pick up the Bible. You know how there's the Bible on the stand in the Balkan Church? Imagine Harry picks up the Bible, and then in the other world, he sprouts angel wings, and he uses his Bible to shoot, like, holy magic at the demons. It would be fucking ridiculous. Like, you can convey what you're trying to convey without it being that. Imagine Silent Hill 3, when Heather pukes up the god fetus, if she hooked it onto a chain and then swung that chain around with the god fetus on it and used it like a flail to smack Claudia in the face, that's the equivalent of the wolf arm. Like, those things have symbolic purpose in their respected games, but making it a core part of the gameplay is very fucking strange. It's too exaggerated, and it's too drastic of a tone shift from the more serious aspects of the game, which are very good. When the game is trying to be moody and creepy and atmospheric and serious and emotional, it does it really, really, really well. But then you go to the Dark Shrine and you use your 10-foot long fox arm to claw your way through enemy waves and then go into a boss fight where everyone is screaming exactly what they think and how they feel into the camera while you're trying to have a fight. It kind of kills the subtlety and the impact of the emotional scenes that come before it and after it. Ultimately, that's kind of the short version, I guess. The game kind of lacks subtlety. There's a lot of elements of the game that could have been much more impactful if they had been toned down slightly. Fox arm and everything included. I think you could make the fox arm stuff work in a symbolic and a metaphorical fashion, and even as a weapon. I think if it was a New Game Plus only weapon, that would have been something really crazy and really cool and a little more easy to accept. But having it be a key part of the narrative, even for a new game playthrough, is pretty fucking wild. So yeah, game has got some stuff that I don't quite agree with, that I don't mesh with, that I don't think works well for the rest of the overall tone of the game. But for that said, the game does way more things good than it does poorly. But pretty good game. Pretty good game. I like all the stuff that New Game Plus adds, all the new notes, all the changes and variations of cutscenes. A lot of that I was really enjoying. But the game is, this Silent Hill F for me is like, it's like a 7 out of 10. It's good. It's real good. There's a lot of games in this series that I just kind of don't like. Like anytime I'm doing a story playthrough or something for Origins, I'm forcing myself to play that game. There's not really stuff that I like in that game. You know, it's for the benefit of like talking about it and explaining it, but it's not something that on my own I would want to just pick up and play. You know, if it wasn't for streaming, if it wasn't for making videos, I would never play Silent Hill Origins again. This game, regardless of me being a streamer, if I wasn't a streamer, if I wasn't making YouTube videos, I would play this game again. Even after playing it all this and seeing all the endings and everything, I want to play this game more. It's a good game. It's fun. Despite its flaws, despite the separation from the franchise as it's established. And again, I think my mindset of how I think about this game really set in where I was thinking of it too much as a mainline entry. And this is where things get a little bit conflicted, because when they were first talking about Silent Hill F in the transmission, they were talking about it as though it was a mainline entry. And then closer to the game's release, the interviews and stuff with producer and everybody else switched up, where they were like, it's a spin-off set in the universe of Silent Hill, but it's clearly a spin-off. And I think if there had been more emphasis on that, on the game being that type of spin-off, it would have been a little easier to accept it, because rather than try to compare it to like a mainline entry that has flaws, like I started off kind of comparing it to Silent Hill 4, which is a mainline entry that has some flaws and separation and does some pretty different things compared to the games before it. But it's more fair to compare this to something like the Silent Hill arcade game, where if you like on-rail action light gun shooters, you'll probably like the Silent Hill arcade game. If you like stuff like House of the Dead, you'll probably like the Silent Hill arcade game. It's essentially House of the Dead, but with Silent Hill themes, locations, monsters. The story itself, you know, it's tied into the town. It's based around the little Baroness, which is just like a throwaway note, like one note in Silent Hill 2 that they expanded into a full-blown story for the arcade game. And it's not great, but it's okay. And it at least acknowledges like plot points that were established from previous games. But it's still doing its own thing in a drastically different genre. That's kind of my mindset for how to think about this game. It is a dark action game, a horror action game. Again, kind of in line with something like a Bloodborne. It deviates a lot from what you would expect from psychological survival horror. It keeps some elements, but it does very drastic different things as well. So I think just kind of thinking of it in terms of a spin-off in a different genre with some loose connections to the rest of the games, but not anything major, not anything crucial. No characters are from Silent Hill. Nobody goes to Silent Hill. We've got flowers. We've got White Claudia. We've got Aglophilus. You know, we've got some of those elements there to tie it into the universe, but nothing that like ties it in as a mainline entry. So I think putting those kind of expectations out of your mind helps a lot. At least it does for me. That's how I'm coping. That's what everyone in the comments is going to say. I'm just predicting it. But overall, I like the game. I like it for what it is. Solid game. Not a fantastic, mind-blowing new entry into the Silent Hill franchise, but it's not bad. It's far from being bad. The way a lot of people shit on it, as though this is the worst thing that's ever happened to the franchise, and it's like, you clearly have never experienced Book of Memories or Silent Hill Ascension or some of the other things that are in this franchise. If you think this is the worst, if you think this is the one that's ruining the good Silent Hill name, I've got news for you. There are much worse things out there. This is actually pretty fun. It's pretty interesting. Some good characters, some interesting story beats. Doesn't really stick the landing. But overall, a good performance. Speaking of performance, this is also probably the best running Unreal Engine 5 game ever made. After having gone through the headache of setting up Silent Hill 2 Remake to run well on my computer, and Chronos the New Dawn to run well on my computer, and having to use fucking mods and command prompts and all this other shit just to get the game running at like a decent frame rate, was such a nightmare for those games. This game was surprisingly optimized. This game ran so well outside of like one or two little small areas with some lagging and hitching. And again, I'm expecting that because I'm not running on the latest and greatest hardware either. I'm on a 3060 Ti, so like if I can run the game like as smoothly as it was on my setup, then most people with like a fairly average computer should be able to do the same. And yeah, that speaks volumes that I didn't have to go out of my way for like mods and outside things to like mess with settings to get the game to like function, be playable. So yeah, that's it. That's the UFO ending. That's kind of my final thoughts on Silent Hill F. After all of the playthroughs, after all the endings, it's pretty good. Pretty good. I like it. I'm looking forward to playing more of it. But I also kind of need a break from it because I've been playing it for the last... How long? Well, I guess it's the 16th, and we've been playing it since it pre-release, so September 23rd, since early release, almost a month. So I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed going through it. I'm definitely not done with it. I want to do a cam hack. I want to do in-depth story playthroughs once I get all my notes and thoughts and everything together. I want to learn to speedrun it. I want to try some goofy challenge mode stuff. I want to fight all the bosses on the hardest difficulty just to see how frustrating it is. I probably won't enjoy that process very much, but I want to do it for the sake of being thorough, just to experience everything the game has to offer. So those are all things that'll happen. But in the meantime, probably gonna either go back to Silent Hill 2 Remake, either speedruns or in-depth story playthrough for that, because that's about all I really have left to do with that game. And I do want to do another playthrough of Chronos: The New Dawn, because that game actually wound up being surprisingly good. And I definitely want to see other endings, other New Game Plus stuff. Next game, Ninja Gaiden 4 Master Ninja. Nub, let's go. The new Ninja Gaiden does look good. But nobody watches me when I play other stuff. When I play stuff that's not Silent Hill, no one really cares. Even Chronos. I figured people would be excited to see me go through Chronos. Chronos has got some of my lowest views in terms of streams and YouTube videos. Like, people only really want to watch me for Silent Hill. So that's usually all I stream and make videos around, because that's what the peoples want. And I play everything else I want to play on my own time. But yeah, that's it. Silent Hill F, good game. I'd say it's a 7 out of 10 for me. Mostly good, maybe even a 7.5. Mostly good. Some bad things, some frustrating things, some things that I think could have been handled better, but nothing that ruins the experience of the game for me. Nothing that is so bad that I don't want to play the game again. I'm looking forward to playing this game more and more. So, it'll happen. We'll do some more playthroughs. So yeah. I'll be back tomorrow with something else. We'll see what I'm feeling. We could really scare away all the viewers, and I'll just play Street Fighter 6 tomorrow, because Sea Viper just came out. Got a new character. A returning character from Street Fighter 4. So I've been playing Street Fighter 6 again. Or we could play trading card game shop simulator. Everyone excited for TCG shop simulator? Or I'll do some 2-player Power Wash simulator with Rachel. 2-player supermarket simulator because they just added multiplayer. Anyway, we're gonna go raid somebody. Oh, is Hiro live? Usuda-san is live. So, you have to join this raid. We are going to go raid Hiro Usuda. This is the Hiroko Usuda, the environment artist from Team Silent, who worked on Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4. She's also worked on the Metal Gear Solid series. She's made cards and artwork for Magic the Gathering. Hiro Usuda is an absolute legend and former member of Team Silent. And she's also a fan of me and our community here. She's joined us for some of our cam hack streams when we're taking our time and looking at other Silent Hill games. Like when we did the Silent Hill 3 cam hack playthrough, Hiroko Usuda joined us in chat and was talking with us about some of the environments, answering questions. But she does artwork live on Twitch, which is what she's doing right now. So please go and follow Hiroko Usuda. Like I said, member of Team Silent, absolute legend. Check her out, give her some love, drop her a follow, subscribe if you can. And I'll see y'all tomorrow for something different. But till then, be good to yourselves, be good to each other. Much love. Peace.